Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Realized I was muted. Yeah, I'm making notes. I as soon as I started talking, I realized that. Hold on a second. I will say I'm fooling with new equipment. So, like for example, I'm hearing myself. There, do like that. Hey there, Ancient Death. Well, welcome. Welcome. Thanks for tuning in. We're just getting started here. So I was talking about I have a new microphone. As you can see, you can't see anything. So hopefully things are working right. I will say the music is playing Christmas music for some reason. Let's go around that. Let's see here. Let's do some funk music tonight. Alright, just getting. You would think when I don't start on time that I would actually have things ready, but no. Well, one, because I was actually fooling with some of this equipment. Well, I didn't start in time because actually my wife and I were doing some stuff around the house, but and then I was fooling around with a little bit of the hardware. So I don't know if you see, you can't really see it, but I got this cable hanging right now because that's the only way I can get it into my headphones. I gotta figure out that piece of everything. So, HDF asked a question, do you like to teach code? Or, I do like to teach code. I like writing code. I like designing code. You don't know diddly squat about code. Well, I enjoy teaching about code. Actually, that's what I was doing last night. There's an organization here in town that teaches folks who don't know diddly squat about code, but are interested in learning, right? And so I'm a mentor for that group, and so we were, we were doing that last night. We have weekly meetings, and we talk about we're using Treehouse videos to learn things. So we're talking about what they're learning, and it's more how I have those is pretty much listen to what people struggled with trying to grasp with the concepts covered that week, and then I'll usually try to really go deep into what they're struggling with, to bring up Visual Studio and everything. I will say it's funny, so next week the topic will be link, and that's not really my strong suit. So I actually asked someone to join me next week. Jeremy Clark, who you may or may not have heard of, but Jeremy Clark is definitely someone I would check out. He's not on Twitch, but he does speak at a lot of conferences, a lot of events. Actually, I need to have him speak a little bit about that sometime. I can't remember if he's ever spoken or not. He's spoken at the conference we do. Many years. All right, let's get into some code. Let's get some work done. I guess I'm off-centered. Do I teach one-on-one? I do a little bit. Well, most of the one-on-one I do is generally with employees, or people on other teams within my company. So like last night, it was one on a group, right? And I do a lot. Well, I do a lot of this, Twitch streaming, where I'm writing code, but I'm also, we're trying to teach as I go. Right? Sometimes, sometimes the chat is teaching me, right? Because but yeah, most of it is like I speak at a lot of conferences, so I get that kind of stuff off. All right, so a refresher, especially because I know we have folks who are new here and so forth. So we've been working on Lego Master. I mean, we're really just so far all we really have done is design the bare minimums. You don't follow stuff easily. Yeah, I mean that can be tough, right? And so I mean, sure enough, that's why, like at the program I was talking about, where I was doing last night. That's why we have mentors and everything, right? It's because the topics can be difficult, because they're different. How does Microsoft MVP recognition work? So basically, here, let me pull up stuff in here real quick. What did I just do there? Okay, come on. So Microsoft MVP, which I'm going to go to this website to kind of help me out. They actually do talk a little bit about this on their site. This one right here. Yeah, so like they talk about what it takes to be an MVP, right? So contributing code to projects, right? So working on open source projects, right? Helping others, right? So doing live coding, speaking at conferences, running conferences, that type of stuff, creating content. I mean, again, blogging, that type of stuff. Well, speaker, and then live coder. Actually, live coder, this is something just got added in the past year. But basically, the idea behind Microsoft and its most valuable professionals, but the idea behind the MVP program is to find people who are doing stuff out in the software development community, on their own. Technically, you're not supposed to be paid for what you're doing, and they do make a big deal about that. And it's your way of giving back to it. So, that's so for example, if I speak at events, I run events, and then this hasn't been considered yet because actually my my current MVP expires in July. Well, in July 1st. Actually, I should say on June 30th. So, I would be up for renewal this basically for July 1st. So that actually there's some more stuff. I don't know if we're actually supposed to talk about that, but yeah, it's I think I'm pretty much kind of guaranteed I'm MVP again. But that's a long story. But so that's what the MVP program is about. Well, it's sure enough ancient death. I mean, that's a key point there, right? If you can ask a lot of questions, right? A lot of times people are afraid to ask questions, right? And it's good to ask questions, right? Because I've noticed sometimes, people, I've been to places where, where you'll have that person who's asking a lot of questions out in the, out in the audience for a user group or conference talk or what have you. And I've seen it with, where people will go to the speaker afterwards. Oh, wow, that guy had so many questions. And I've seen speakers say, well, that was great. Right? I mean, that kind of led the conversation, kind of gave me, ideas of how to lead it. So. All right. Actually, I'm going to go to GitHub first because what I haven't done yet is, I'm starting to do this, and then it was dinner time. We haven't even created a repository for this project. It is that new. So we're going to call this Lego Master. Public. README. We're going to add a git ignore. Studio. And then we're going to choose our license. I've been doing MIT. All right. Also, let me know if the music mix is good. I was fooling with that earlier. But it's one of the hard things to tell unless you get it on a stream. So definitely let me know if that's good. I could definitely adjust that. All right, so now we've got our... It's kind of choppy. Is my voice kind of choppy, or is the music kind of choppy? Music kind of choppy. Well, that's interesting. Let's see something. Let me know, because it could be just not turned up for me. Let me know how that is. Maybe it's too loud. Maybe it's been better. I mean, earlier today, after I hooked up everything, I did a recording test. But the problem is, what I found is recording test doesn't mimic well enough what it sounds like on stream. So let me know if that gets a little bit better. And I wonder, could be something else causing the problem too. Yeah, let me know if it's still choppy. Because then I have it. Well, I do have noise suppression turned on. Because it's a little bit of a noisy room. Because I do wonder if that is affecting... That's actually what I'm using, is the filter in OBS. So I just turned off the noise gate in OBS. So let's see if that maybe works a little better, because I do wonder, because sure enough... Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you made me think about it with the choppiness of it. And now it's probably a little bit too loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. All of you guys can let me know, or you all can let me know. Yeah. Cool. All right. I'm going to have to play around, like I said, I'm going to have to play around a little bit more with this. It's nice. Actually, I have two of these. So it's the, if you're all curious, what I have, this right here, God of Wave 3 is what I bought. A little more? Okay, that's what I would have figured. So yeah, so I'm using, well, for heaven's sakes. Love how this is. Here we go. We'll do it quick this way. So I've got this Wave 3, which is really nice, right? So, and let it be known, I had good equipment before, but basically, the issue I had before was what is this big old box sitting right here? Weird. Well, okay. So I was using I forgot the name of the mic off the top of my head, AT2020 mic, which is actually a really nice mic. Not GoPro, Go XLR. So I've been using this, all right? And, hey, C-Films. So this is what, what is that is coming from? Something just stuck on my screen. That's nice. Great. So yeah, I've been using this, and this is actually a really nice device. It's got this physical EQ and all that, which is great. Problem is it just takes up so much space on my desk, right? And I prefer the mic not on the headset, and so I'm not, even though this, well, actually that's the antenna. this headphone I have, I could plug a microphone in it, but I prefer the ones that are disconnected, especially because like if I do, although I hardly ever do them, but when I do video recordings, you're not streaming, I don't have the headphones on, right? So it's nice to have it that way. So yeah, so I still have this. It's actually still sitting at my desk, but I've sold it. So I'm actually shipping it out tomorrow. Deal was I had to make sure I can get my stuff working before I send it out. All right. Oh, there we go. We finally got that box disappeared. That's good. All right. Anyway, I was creating this repository. Let's go ahead and create our develop branch. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create, not that one. I gotta admit, a lot of my personal development, I don't use Git Flow, but I do use Git Flow for work. Okay, so we're gonna have docs, and then we're gonna say schema.gremlin. There is actually no such thing as a Gremlin file, but you know, we'll make up that extension right now. And then we're going to copy all this that we were doing the other night. And we're just going to commit that file. So now that at least that's in there. And then what I like to work on tonight is, so again, we're working on a graph database. All right. This is here. Actually, let me show this one. So this is basically the structure of the data, right? And a graph database, basically, you have these vertexes that represent your data, and then the edges, right? So there are no tables or anything. It's all independent objects that are then linked appropriately to the object. So, and again, the idea of this project is to maintain, the Lego you own, right? And so that, when you want to work on a project, you know what Lego you have, if you know what you need to order, right? If you need bricks for that order. But we're starting off with, at least getting that inventory, right? So getting what sets I own, we're gonna actually do sets first, but then we're gonna get quickly into parts. But what I want to work on tonight is getting the catalog, right? So there's one of the more popular Lego fan websites actually has a database of all the Lego sets and all the parts and that you're allowed to use for free. So I want to actually, and they actually produce it every single day. All right. But for right now, I want to do a manual process of just, I have the database. How do I get that imported, right? And while I'm working on this, I want to think about how to work on the deltas, right? How do I just upload the deltas? Because we're doing this in Cosmos, and Cosmos, I don't want to have to go query. I mean, like for example, I think it's parts. I think there was like 800,000, not parts. Something, oh yes, it's going to be parts when we get the set to parts. We're going to have 800,000 records, right? When I go check that every day to see if there was a change would be very expensive. So I got an idea with that. All right, I think locally I'm going to maintain a simple SQL database that will have this. Or something. I might do. Yeah, I got a couple ideas. All right, I have like I said, I have a couple ideas we can do. So, so let's start with that. So let's go back to our repo. Let's get let's clone this stuff. Visual Studio. And we're going to clone a repository. It's going to be the Lego master. We're going to put this in a different place than where it puts us. Especially because we do not want to store stuff in that C drive. Love how this is not responding. This is a great way to start a stream. Okay, I don't know how I ended in downloads. All right. Here we go. Actually, when I go to this repos, TaleLearnCode, that's where I've been putting all my stuff. Select that folder. Lego Master. Clone it. And sure enough, I could do this through the CLI, but why? Right? Visual Studio does this all for me. Alright, let's see here. Let's see how long it takes to do a simple clone. Did my... Okay.
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
That was a long delay there. Hey, Meven20, thank you so much for that subscription. I really appreciate that. That is awesome. I saw it in the chat, and I was actually, again, fooling with new audio equipment. I was like, what happened there? Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is so awesome of you. But yeah, that was a long delay to get that alert to show up. All right. So there. Now we've got that clone. Actually, I'm just curious. What? Oh, we have a new update. We're not going to update Visual Studio while we're here on stream. That is something I've learned on stream. But I am curious. What have they updated? It's been a while. All right, here we go. I just want to see real quick, what have they updated? Because like I say, it has been a while. Yeah, no. I did that once, where I did an upgrade on stream. Because, I mean, for the longest time, upgrades were quick. And then, yeah, it took a long time. And I'm like, I'm never doing that again. All right, so...
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
Who are you again? P.
Hey there, Mr. Koshan. How's it going? Everyone, I want to give a shout out. Wow, 6 months. So guess what? Guess how long I have been affiliate. Sure enough, now, I mean, he does not get a chance to stream very often. Hopefully his time will clear up here soon, but definitely you want to check out Koshan at some point. Usually talks more about infrastructure with code and networking and that type of stuff. So some really cool stuff he does over there. Yeah, all right. Let's see. Like I said, I want to see what did they put. And this came out on January 20th, and I'm just now getting the alert for the update today, which would make more sense. I was like, why has there not been an update in a while? Oh, you know why? Because we have not been in Visual Studio Preview a lot recently, right? Because we were doing that work on the Windows app, and we had to use we were having problems with Preview Edition. So, all right. See, it's probably not an important release for me when the first thing listed is C++. I'm like, okay. Audio cues with Test Explorer. So C-Films is working on a programming language, right? So really interesting work that they are working on. Interesting. Test Explorer can now play a customizable sound when a test run completes. Well, that's kind of cool. Nothing really doesn't really do a whole lot. Yeah, but on the preview, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, you are right. They do it in rings. Actually, it's bad enough. I normally notice these blog articles. All right, well, this is pretty cool. Like I say, you know, like, you can use any audio file from your computer, right?
New in Visual Studio 16.9 is the ability to add audio cues to the text explorer. This will sound when a test run succeeded or when a test run fails.
I don't know. Actually, do you all hear the video? Because again, still trying to figure out if everything's working right.
I will show you how to set up custom sounds.
Also, the yay is the default sound.
You can select from the default sounds in Windows 10.
All right. Well, okay. Okay, high contrast approval. Okay, .NET productivity. Here we go. Here's some cool stuff. Oh, so they added some stuff to the. I mean, to the you know, to the switches there. Yeah, Farticus. Yes. I have play the Windows ME. So yes, I've used Farticus for a long time. Of course, now that's on build fails, right? But yes, Farticus is pretty cool. Okay, so they expanded XAML. All right, well, cool. Well, like I say, we will not do that update here on stream because that could be bad. All right, but literally that's just now showing up because I was actually looking at that update list this today or yesterday. I think today. I'm curious. Oh, I know what. I was going to say, where's my folder I just created? All right, I need to... Let me get to my develop branch. Not history. Try this again. Manage branches. And sure enough, there was a question: do I use Git Flow? And and the answer was, I do at work. I don't normally do it when I'm here, when I'm working on my own projects. And the reason being is because there's kind of losing benefit, right? Because I'm kind of the only one working on it. Now, grant you, there's still some benefit because if I run in there and I need to do something else, the branches would be nice. But the idea here, with a Git Flow, so you have your main branch, which is supposed to be, your main branch, which is supposed to be, your pristine version of the code, with basically running in production, all right? And then you have your develop branch, right? And that's what's currently being worked on, right? And but then, with Git Flow, I create branches off the develop branch, right? And feature branches. So I'm going to work, so for example, I'm getting ready to work on, getting data into the database, right? So I would create a feature branch for that, and then work on that feature branch, and then check that in. And the nice part is when other people are working on, they're working on their branches, so we're not stomping on each other, right? We'll have less chance of intermediate, breaking the builds. Good luck with database. Well, I mean, see, that's what we've been working on the last couple of streams, but like I said, today is the point where we're going to actually start populating it. But so yeah, so it prevents less collision between everything. Now, it does mean at some point we still have to merge that stuff, right? And so you can have merge conflicts, and that type of stuff. But hopefully, your feature branches don't last too long, right? And that way you have less and less problems with that. All right. So I was just verifying we have everything. We have our docs, which have that Gremlin file, which again it's just a text file, but we have that. That's what I wanted to make sure. All right. Hey there, CL Dubois. Thank you for joining us tonight. Welcome. Definitely want to do a shout out for Corey Weathers. Definitely someone to check out. He does his file new shows, which is really just his his inability to commit to a project, so he keeps on starting new projects. Although I made a comment, I don't think he saw this day, but I was like, yeah, I have a feeling your file new button is probably worn out, right? Probably used so much you can't even see the letters on the button anymore, right? But yeah, actually, Corey, I need to talk to you sometime soon. I'll probably reach out to you. I don't know how late I stream tonight. I mean, not that I need a response tonight, but I do need to talk to you about something. So point being is, if you don't hear from me by the end of the week, remind me, because I do need to see if you'd be willing to help out with something. All right. So we're going. So sure enough, Corey, I did a file new. So hence we're starting a brand new project here. How about we call it SRC for source? All right, now we're going to create our new project, and we're just going to start with a. I'm not even going to do a solution at this point. A lot of times, I would first start creating a solution that's going to hold everything. Well, I will say. Well, I looked it up later. I was going to say I have something else that'll make you bust out laughter, but I don't actually have it ready. But yeah, like I said, I would normally start with a new solution, right? Because this project is going to have multiple things in it, but we're just gonna do a console app for right now. Because again, I just want to get something roughed out on how to get data in there, and then I'll probably end up making some changes, to it before we make something that will finally last. I kind of wonder if I'll make this part into like an Azure function, because again, that data updates every day, right? So what I want to see is how long does it take. Obviously, the first time I do it, it's going to take a while, but I want to see the daily updates. How long does that take? Because maybe if it doesn't take too long, I might do that as an Azure function. That way I can have it running on the cloud, do it when it needs to do, not have to worry about running on my machine, right? Or anyone else's. Well, it is running on someone else's machine. All right. So anyway, we're going to do that. Make sure we get this into the right folder here. Lego Master source. Yes. Nerdies loves when I talk about Azure functions. I am actually going to create. We'll call this. You know what? I didn't really need to create a new folder. I'm going to call this data load. I thought I said no new folder. Okay. Okay, so now we got our typical console application. And so here's what we're gonna do. And again, it's been about 6 months since I've done anything with graphs. So I'm gonna have to remind myself some of this logic here. So we're gonna go. I do agree. I love the Azure Functions logo. And you know, the cool part is how the logo is actually built, right? I mean, the angle brackets represent the code, the lightning bolt represents the triggers, and it's putting it together, right? I mean, I just absolutely love that logo. All right, so we're going to go to Azure, we're going to go to Cosmos, and again, we're fooling with a Gremlin database, a graph database. And I'm going to want to go into here. So I can remind myself a little bit how this works. Here they're just talking about database. Okay. Oh, and then, sure enough, the data we're getting, you only done Azure table storage. So you're talking about on Cosmos, or in general, as far as NoSQL databases. I really like table storage. Yeah, okay. I really do like table storage. On Cosmos too. Okay. So actually, I've done very. I don't think I've definitely not deployed anything production-wise. Table storage in Cosmos. I've done table storage and I've done Cosmos production-wise. Okay, yeah. No, I and what's great about it is, it's so fast, and then it's so cheap, right? I mean, it's to the point where you don't even have to really think about it. With Cosmos, I can move a table storage database to Cosmos, right? And it's the same API, right? It's not as cheap as Azure Storage, right? For obvious reasons, right? But once you've surpassed the capability of Azure Storage, which takes a little while to get to it, right? Or if you need that ability to do like the multi-write, that's one of the things that Cosmos gives for you. Yeah, actually, I thought about doing something, just as a test project to see the moving from Azure Storage. I'm probably still going to do that. Actually, I should do that, and then. I should do that, the next couple of days even. At least, just starting it, and then submitting that, because, so Azure Cosmos team, they've got a conference coming up. Yeah, so the Azure Cosmos DB Conf, right? So April 20th, they're going to do a 24-hour virtual developer event, right? And I've been, I haven't submitted to this yet, but I've been wanting to. And, that might be a good one, moving, table storage to Cosmos. I have another topic. I wonder, are they limiting you how many you could submit? So they're 55 minutes, 25 minutes. No, I was looking to see, because you can limit only one talk or that type of thing. All right. Yeah, so I might work on that, and I might submit 2 different talks. All right. So sure enough, here is the structure of this database. And again, you get the data in CSV files, right? So but here is the overall structure of this, right? So this is what I want to start. Just trying to get put into Cosmos. And again, Cosmos is overkill for this project, but you know, I like overkill. But more importantly, I'm also doing this because I'm wanting to use this project as a future demo project. Right? I really would like to have I've been using a speaking engagement database for the last couple of years, and I really like something different. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this in Cosmos. All right, so plus I just really like Cosmos. It was really cool. All right, so now just 1 second. I need to check something out here real quick. Getting some messages from my artist that's been working on my other channel's artwork. Great. Okay, I can approve that. Very satisfied. All right, sorry everyone. Just if you're curious, I mean, here I don't need to hide this. I'm just doing a quick review here of some work that had done. So amazing set of artists that take the time to listen to what you want and then produce awesome artwork. All right. I'll do that later. All right, so cool. But here was the other part. Okay. So one more second, everyone. I'm sorry. I just because I am trying to get them to do one more commission, and they work. You know, they do a lot of this work at night, so that's why you know. That's why I'm trying to get them back this information and whatnot. Okay. All right. All right. There. That gives them what they need. All right. So, so sure enough, you get this all as you get them as GV files that contain CSV files. All right. Let's see here. Well, I will find this somewhere here. There we go. So I think let's actually start with something simpler, right? Smaller. So let's actually start with the colors. I mean, it's not important data, right? I mean, it's important, right? But it's not the most important data. But you know, it's it's just a couple columns, and it's only 186 rows. So let's actually start, with that one first, right? Okay. Sorry, everyone, because I am getting back and forth. Okay, I'll have to respond to them later. Okay. Because that's going to take me a little bit longer. So, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to my console app. And let's just let's start with the easy stuff first. So this is so this is a comma delimited file, right? Well, you know what? Is any of this? So there's a couple ways you can import a CSV, but what I'm wondering, let's see here. I don't think. Let's look at sets, because this is. So the one thing I'm curious is there? Okay, but that's not. Okay, so I think we can do this the easier way. So there is actually, so one of the things about common delimited files is, that's what I want to look at. Let me go back to sets. Okay, yes. Yeah, so here's where you can start having some issues. Right? You see this Santa Fe's car set to dining, comma, observation, right? So that can cause some issues with CSV files. So let me look at this a little bit different way. Let me open with Notepad. And so that was, let's look at this value here. Okay, so this is what I want to make sure. What they're doing is they're putting it into a quote, and then they're handling it that way. So, with that being said, there is a library built in that actually helps me with these. But of course, I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I have to look that code up again. But I have done this before, so I shouldn't have to do too much searching. Let's see here. Let me go to my repos. TaleLearnCode, presentations, and I think it was. I think it was this one. Yeah, because here we have our data. Well, that's, yeah. Of course, that slippery one, right? You know, slides into the back. Oh, that's what I'm trying to do. Where? Okay, there it is. Well, say, Cora, I see you did go into you were talking about how you need to go to LinkedIn and update things today. Did you put the update that you have been stepped on by Oprah? All right, so here's profile updates coming soon. All right, so here's what I was looking for. And here's the funny part. We actually are going to be using something within the Visual Basic namespace, and it allows me, it adds this text field parser, and it makes this so much easier because look, I can, I tell it what the, how I'm going to, field type, give it the delimiters, and then I can just go through there and bam, it just gives it to me. All right. Tiny CSV parser. I don't know. So I have not seen this one before. I like this easy and fun way. Huh. This actually looks kind of interesting. So let's see here. So you have this person CSV. All right, looks like that. And then here's your domain model. First name, last name, birth date. And then basically you do some mapping. Let's give this a try. Why not? I'm willing to try something new. All right. So let's see here. Close that, I close that, and we'll go this way to get in here. So, go ahead and add that NuGet package. Maybe. Come on, Visual Studio. Okay, so now we've got that in there. So then I'm going to, okay, so I need to create a class. So we're going to say add class, and we're going to call this color. And then going back to here. So if we were to look at color, we said okay, let's just do this. Has name, schema, color. Oh. How about we just call it color? There we go. All right, so we said, so the user IDs are partition key. Then we're gonna have our name, description. Oh, I'm sorry. No, ID. Well, we are still gonna have the user ID, but so we're gonna have ID. No, we're gonna have. Here we go. Helps if I remember my own stuff. Name, RGB, it is translucent. Are the fields we're going to have in here. Okay, so let's add those in here. Let's start with that. So we're going to have, so we said, just checking something here. Yeah, okay. We're going to have string name. I'm going to go ahead and create that ID. Yeah, I'm horrible at remembering the shortcuts. I don't know. See, I can think quicker to type it. All right. I said I was going to need RGB. I apparently have just way too many things open up right now. Like, I don't even see Visual Studio in this list here. Come on. Really? Alright. So this is going to be... no, it's not memory. I'm barely touching it. It's actually disk drive problems. Although it really shouldn't be caused. I'm not working on that drive, so I don't know why that's causing problems. Well, Visual Studio is sitting on that drive. I need to pave this machine and make some setting changes. It's just a matter of finding the time to do that. All right, so this is going to be RGB. And then we're going to have, not string, but a boolean is translucent. I'll verify something here real quick. Okay, yes, I was just making sure that I did that in the right casing. And at least for right now, I'm purposely doing the small the casing here instead of normal casing. I'll take that step by step. Okay, so I've got my color. So now we're gonna go back into here, and so we've installed it. So like their example is first name, last name, birth date. Is this translation actually Boolean, or can it be unknown or similar non-Boolean value? So sure enough, in this data set, it is always, because you can see, they actually have data for everything, all right? Now, generally, I will say what I will do if I do want something, that won't necessarily be there, I will, I'll make it a nullable, right? If you add that question mark after the type, that makes it a nullable Boolean. And what's nice is the SDKs, the Gremlin.net SDK, it actually will, if I have a null value here, it actually will not write it out, right? Because there's no sense in storing a null value, right? It's not needed. But it happens to be in this case, we actually have data for everything. And since this data is coming from a known source, if this was coming from user input or what have you, then I would be a little bit more concerned. But here, it is coming from a known data source. So that basically can be considered part of our contract. All right, so I've created that class. So now I'm going to create a mapping class. So CSV person mapping, CSV mapping. All right, so we're gonna add class. CSV color mapping. And it's basically going to look something like this. I love how they're using private classes. I rarely use a private class. Hey Winix, how's it going? How's your day been going? How's your week been going? Because I don't think you were here Monday. All right, so then we're gonna public CSV color mapping base. What have I done wrong? There we go. Yes, you can also, yes. So you,
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
just waiting for the announcement there.
Code with Sean gifted a Tier 1 sub to Tech Workbench. They have given 22 gift subs in the channel.
Well, again, Sean, thank you so much. And there you go. Tech Workbench. You've got a subscription to the account. Yeah, making it rain, exactly. So, well, first, the easy answer to who was it who just asked that?
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Sean likes that button a lot.
Code with Sean gifted a Tier 1 sub to CLDUBYA. They have given 23 gift subs in the channel.
Wow. The bot does not know how to say your name, Corey. All right. So yes, it is all open source. All the code is sitting out in my will be sitting out in my GitHub. So I do maintain it all out there. Awesome, Winx, you're going back to school for front-end developer group. Awesome, that is, congrats on making that change. Yeah, Tech Workbench, a parade of ads for the Code Sean channel. Apparently, I'm big time next to him. Well, see, he has to broadcast, right? Yeah, well, like you have to actually broadcast, in order, But someone asked what we're working on. So this is Lego Master, right? Which is a database to maintain, your Lego sets and more importantly your Lego parts, right? So I do work on Lego. That's my hobby, and one of the hard parts is you want to, let's say you found something you want to build or something you come up with yourself you want to build, and you're trying to figure out, do I even have the parts, right? And instead of looking through all your part bins and everything, an application that can actually allow you to do this. So yes, this is going to be open source. Yes, I might actually publish this once it's ever done, and allow the Lego community to use it, right? And we gotta get it working first. But. All right. So we're in here. We've created this, and then we're gonna. I've got the code right here. So then we're gonna have like these mapping things. So map property. There must be a using statement I'm missing. 0x. Well, I'm definitely missing the link. It's not actually right, but we're gonna. Let's see here. Okay. Oh. That's what we're missing. And now map property works. Okay. But actually, that is the ID. Okay, so then, so it's ID, name, RGB is translation. So map property 1 x dot name map property x dot RGB, and then map property x is translucent. I'll actually be curious to see how that works, right? Because I mean they are using 0 1s, which is that is a bit, right? We'll see how well this mapper works. All right, so we've got that code in here. And then we can use the mapping to parse the CSV file with the CSV Parser. Okay, and they did this in a unit test, which is cool. So I'm just going to copy that. We're going to go to our program. Okay, so I mean, right away. Oh, there it is. Why didn't that didn't come up a moment ago, though? All right. Color. I'll change it here in a moment. Here, color. Color. And then I call this CSV. No, that's right. Never mind. Sure that's just missing a using statement. All right, and then all right, so then the location of this file. And I'm just going to hard code that for the moment. It's going to be colors.csv. Colors.csv. All right, and then I'm just going to do a console right line. Well, actually, let's just do the full each string name in well. For each color in result in console right line. Okay, why? What's going on? Cannot convert type. Oh, okay. So this is see. So it comes back as a CSV mapping result. Data load color. Okay, so that's interesting. So and let's look at this test code here. Result count is valid. Okay, so look, it's going to return basically an array, and now look at the dot result, and then okay. So what we'll do this instead for each var item in result. item dot name. Oh. Result dot name. That's what it is. All right. And sure enough, I really would rather that be color. All right, let's see. I mean, that should be all we need to at least get the data in. Oh, look, I got. Yeah. All right, this is it's in here somewhere. I got way too many files in my download stuff. Oh, okay, here we go. Look. There we go. Just to verify. Which is why I was verifying. There we go. All right, now run this. Ah. One more time. Interesting. I have a null reference. Column index 1 value. Column 1 is out of range. On that row. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on here. So I have 186 rows. Yeah, so here's what I'm curious. Let's take a look at something here. Looking at this. Column 1 is out of range. Unmet. How can it say column 1 is out of range? 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but see, here's what's happening. That's happening. I mean, they're basically just going past it and reading it. I don't know. See, like, it doesn't break on anything. Oh, no. I just have all these results that don't have anything. It is intentional, yes. Even though here it's a, there's a couple reasons why. Even though here it's a numeric. I mean, we could see if that makes a difference. I couldn't see why that would make any difference. I mean, why should it even care? Oh, I thought I took that breakpoint away. There is something that's not liking about this data. Column 0 with value. Cannot be converted. Are there some restrictions on how this data is supposed to be structured? Unknown characters in the files is, I mean, that's always possible. Well, I've been, yeah, I said I've been looking at it, but I haven't really. I mean, here it is. I mean, that's as straightforward as it can be, right? I mean, it can't really get any more straightforward. I am noticing, which is a good thing, is skipping that first row, which is what it should be doing. Although I didn't configure that, so I'm a little bit surprised by that. I'm just looking in this documentation to see if there's anything here that. Oh, here's the problem. The example was using semicolons for the delimiter. Well, no, I'm still getting. Notice what's interesting. Wait. Hold on. That's showing us pipes. This isn't pipes, is it? No, these are commas. I definitely. Okay, there's where it's skipping the header. There's the field separator. The message is kind of weird on there though, right? Because yeah, I don't think the thing is though, the way how parsers work, I mean, I can look at the bottom of the data. I mean, the only thing weird on the bottom of the data is it's in a, it's in a bracket, but that should be fine too, right? I mean, again, it's still, there is an empty line, but if that's causing a problem, then we have bigger problems, right? Could McNerd's could be the problem. Value 0 can't be correct. Okay, hold on. Let's go back and change this to an integer. I even mentioned, I wonder if it's going to do that right. How it's going to handle that. Yep, that's what it was. So that's what it was. It was that. And sure enough, now I have all those names. What was interesting though, 0, 1 are valid values for booleans. They're very valid values. All right. So I would say, now grant you, I can go in here and I can look at it and I could submit a change request for it, or not a change request, a pull request, because it's very valid. All right, but that's what I need to do. I would have, so for that I have to, make it this, right? So with that consideration, make that change, and I'm going to change this back to string. Okay, so there, I've got like that. So, all right. Well, anyway, that gets me that data. Now, that means I'm going to have to do this a little bit different, right? I mean, I'm going to have if I'm going to use this, I'll have to have a class that represents the incoming data, and then a class that represents the data we want to send out to Cosmos, which is fine. So, add new folder, and we'll call this folder rebrickable, since that's where this data is coming from. Okay. Just make sure it still works. Those couple little changes there. Yeah, there we go. All right. And I really could put that as a using statement, right? But I actually have a reason for doing it that way. I want some clarification later on when we get to the next step here. Because now we're going to have add, we'll call this, we'll call it Cosmos for now, or call it Gremlin. Graph. Add a class. And color. Has a converter for Boolean. I mean, there might. Oh, it's something in Whisper. So let's see here. You need to parse custom formats, which do not match the default format. You have to specify a custom format converter. Well, see, fellas, the moment we're trying to load the data from our parent database, this free database that we can use for our purpose, to get it into as our, like our catalog data. All right, so let's see here. And we're playing with what was the name of this thing? Tiny CSV Parser, which I haven't used before. So we're seeing how this works. Here, I want to go in here. That's what I want. So essentially, we're going to go in here and we're going to say new bool converter. So we'll say 1, 0. Still not liking something. Oh, and I get what yes, Tech Workbench. I forgot to change that back to the Boolean. There we go. All right, and then when I am going to verify, yeah, I was just verifying that they are using the numbers correctly. So 0 is false, 1 is true. Just verifying that. Okay, so 1. Well, I need to change it anyway. So 0. All right. All right, see if that works. Yep, there we go. So now we've got get my string interpolation correct. Yeah, so there we go. And sure enough, like trans medium reddish violet. Goodness gracious, what a name! Trans medium reddish violet opal. But yes, true. That's what we expected. Okay. Well, cool. Well, then with that consideration, I probably didn't need to do these multiple types. So let's see here. We can just get rid of that. Move that back over. I agree, it should. Now I got a couple things I'm going to be curious to see as we do some things that doesn't break some other things. All right, as we start moving into Cosmos. All right, so again, I've got this color, so I've got those things looking like, okay, that's cool. So next thing I want to do, okay, so yes, I need to get the Gremlin.net. Oh. Well, I'm just going to do it the other way. Yeah. So yeah, so this is the one I want. I wish I could use this one. This Gremlin.net.cosmos.db was actually a very nice library, which is why you see 117,000 downloads. But unfortunately, it's fallen into disarray, and it's in such a mess. Well, the worst part is when it fell out of disarray, it was broken, and then the owner decided that they wanted to get out of it. So unfortunately, it's a dead project. All right. So, just copy that for the moment. So, Tech Workbench, I actually started doing that. I actually started because it needed some serious work, right? It was workable, right? But, you know, I was like, well, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to fix this, fix that. And I just got so deep. And then, sure enough, a couple months ago, I was working on a Gremlin ORM, and I would like to pick that back up. I do think I was going about the wrong way because I was kind of getting myself buried in that thing, and because I think I was trying too hard to make it like Entity Framework. And I need to make it more like Dapper, right? You know, and I'm kind of thinking, you know, with this Lego, if I keep this in a Gremlin database, that might be the next extension to this Lego Master, is to kind of resurrect that project. But because I have some ideas to use this as a demo project, I need that demo project quicker than it'll take me to get that ORM working. All right, so I'm going to do a couple things here a little bit differently because I don't want to put things in my environment variables right now. So I'm going to do what I normally do. When I do, you know, this is what I normally do when I like build sample projects and so forth. So I'm going to have this settings, let's call it settings class. And copy all that for the moment. We're going to make this a public static class. Okay, and then instead of getting it from environmental, you know, we'll get it like this. There we go, JT Money. And I'm not going to grab all these values while we're. I'm doing well. I hope you are doing well. So far, no one has said they've had a bad day, which is a good thing. All right, so that's not where I wanted to go, but this will work. So the database is going to be Lego Master. Well, cool. Well, Tech Workbench. So that might work very well. Let me know when you start. I'll definitely check you out. Lego Master. All right, there we go. Now, these other two values. Actually, the host I'm not worried about. Poster, that's not really the secret part, all right? All right, so that's the host, right? That's no big deal. The primary key, I will not do that on stream. I'm not going to dox myself today. Okay. Well, I'm hard-coding values at the moment, right? Because this is roughing out the application, right? And then we'll later be grabbing those values. Oh, no. You bring up a really good point. And you also notice I'm ignoring that file, so I don't check it in. Unless I've also learned when I do that, so I do this a lot on my demo projects, right? Because every time I go to do the demo, I create new resources and everything, right? So I want to simply be able to put them in there. Do you have any ideas you want to the Gremlin.net? Well, okay, so Gremlin.net, so that package, I mean, it did a good job so here, let me show you the way how I have to do this with Gremlin.net. Not that one. So literally what we'll end up doing is, what we'll call, I will find it. It's in here somewhere. Maybe it's down here. Submit request. That's the whole point, right? And I pass it in the query, which is I mean, it's basically, now they're doing something a little bit weird here, but I basically pass in a string of this Gremlin query, right? Which is annoying. One of the nice things that Gremlin.net.cosmosdb did was give me a fluent way of building my Gremlin queries, which was nice, right? And then it did a good job. It did a decent job of taking the input stuff, which, boy, that when I had to do that, when I had to write something that could automatically do that, that was some interesting work. But it would scaffold out the items, right? But it definitely has some shortcomings, right? So, like I said, I did start working on RM. Yeah, the Fluent API. I mean, that was a key part in there. All right. I should have some. I don't need to worry about that part. I'm not going to worry about that part, at least not right now. Although, oh, I know why I'm not getting errors. Okay. I was like, I'm getting errors, but it's because I'm not actually using that code yet. All right. So now I'm going to copy. Copy this code here. Here, I'm just going to get rid of this args so I get rid of that. Just a second, folks. import. Key. All right, go back later. I'm going to clean some of that more, but let's get further down the line here. Just cleaning up the code that gets added in here. All right. So, all right, what this is doing, actually, I'm going to change this a little bit because it changes to more how I like doing things. I like string interpolation better than this adding stuff like that. There we go. So we're going to create that link, and Gremlin, the way how this works is you have dbs / the name of the database calls, which is collection / it's collections, and then our container name, right? I'll leave that in there for now. I don't really need this in this app, but that might be a good debugging thing right now.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Well, hey there. Welcome. 6-figure dev and 39 viewers. Wow, awesome. That's a lot of viewers bringing in. Welcome, everyone. So what were you all working on tonight? It must have been a presentation or that type of thing, because that's definitely more viewers than we would normally see from over there. Welcome everyone. So I'm working on what I'm currently calling Lego Master. Hey John. Well, so first off, should do a quick shout out here to the 6-figure dev. They do a really good podcast that they do, they produce on Twitch, and but so for those joining in, I'm working on this what we're calling Lego Master. So basically, the idea of tracking Lego sets, but more importantly, Lego parts, right? So that when I want to build something else, I know what parts I have, what parts I need to go get, right? Maybe. Well, great. That's awesome. So that's what we're working on. We're working right now. So we're playing with this data being in a Gremlin database, which is a graph database. And essentially, let me bring up this little chart here. This is kind of the format of a graph database, right? The idea of you have my vertexes, which represent the objects, and I have my edges, which represent the relationships, right? And I will say, and I'm putting this in Cosmos. Now, this database does not need to be in Cosmos. I really don't need that power, right? But what I do need is, I do presentations about Cosmos, and I actually would like a new demo database, and I thought this would be a nice one. And honestly, this is a little bit of a stretch for this being in a graph database, because it's not as hierarchical as I normally look for a little bit more hierarchical data, but it has enough hierarchy that I'm not losing anything by putting it as a graph database. And again, I have a new example database. So sure enough, we get all this data. So there's a website called rebrickable.com, and they actually have data on every Lego set that's ever, well, I don't know if every Lego set, but basically most of the Lego sets that's ever been produced is in this database. And to include what parts it has, which means I have all the parts that Lego makes and all this great stuff. And you can use this database. They actually update this every day. You can download it every day. You can use it for whatever purpose you want. So we're using that. And what I'm working on tonight is I'm trying to get that updated in there, right, or uploading it to my database, right. And sure enough, right now I'm working on colors, just because it's the first one that we're working on, and I wanted to work on something that was a little simpler to start with. So probably could have done like categories, although it's good I did colors. I was gonna say I could have done like categories or themes has got a little bit more complexity to it. Categories would have been a good one also, because it's literally an ID and a name. But I'm glad we did this, because we were also playing with the tiny CSV parser, and we did see something with this bullet field, right? And we had to do some things to make that work. All right, so sure enough, here we're creating that connection. We're gonna get our Gremlin server, right? We're gonna connect to the database. Here you're seeing a connection pooling size and so forth. So that's all great. Our WebSocket information. All right, so this is just going to get us all connected, and then we'll be using the Gremlin client. And then, sure enough, if you look at the next set of code in here, they're going through. They're basically going through this dictionary. No var is my answer, and really just because I like being definitive, right? I like answering that question. Is it what is that value? So that's why I say no var. Yeah. I do find it seems like the longer you've been developing, the more likely you're going to say no var, right? Because var is still pretty new. But yeah, I mean, there are times where var makes a lot of sense, right? But yeah, I generally prefer defining my types up front. All right, so sure enough, this demo code that I'm looking at, they're creating this dictionary that has like a title and then the script, right? Which is great because we can kind of use some of that what they're doing here. So again, I'm gonna copy this code, and then in here we're gonna be right in here. Then I'm gonna comment this out. There we go. Comment that out, and then work on this. Okay. So let's go ahead and take this code. var till you die. I work with plenty of code base and it's got var all over the place, and I just live with it, right? I usually upset like here you see I'm doing var because I mean this is kind of coming kind of weird. Well, because I wasn't sure what it was sending me, right? Like I say, at times var has its purposes, but generally I don't like var. All right, actually, I'm going to leave that like that. But I'm going to go ahead and take out. I don't need to still report whether it's translucent or not. And then, all right, so sure enough, I was creating a class that I don't need to create because I forgot I can't use that library because it doesn't work anymore. So now we're going to basically create some our Gremlin Query. So here's what the Gremlin Query is going to look like. So basically we're going to it's going to be GV or G, and then we're going to say add V, right? So everything in Gremlin starts with this G dot, right? I mean, to the point of, well, why even have it? You know, let me get rid of it. But that's the way how the Groovy engine takes it, right? So we're going to add V, and I am purposely doing this in a comment right now. And then in here, the first thing we're going to give it is the label, right? So again, if we look at these, you know, so for this, the label is color, right? I just want to see something real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew I wasn't doing right. Color. So that will add that, and then we give it the properties, right? So we say property, and then the first property I'm going to add is the user ID, which user ID is my partition key in the Cosmos database I'm creating it. Now, right now I'm creating the catalog, so that's going to be my user ID, right? So I'm going to say catalog. All right, and then we're going to create another property. And this is going to be the ID. And now here in the ID, you know what? I'm doing it this way. I'm going to do this slightly different. We're going to say string query. Or I'm going to call it, query equals. I'm actually going to go ahead and do this in the string. All right, and then property, user ID, catalog. Okay, property, ID. And then the way how I'm doing these, I am using the ID that's coming from Rebrickable. But, excuse me, but their IDs get, so these IDs have to be unique. And they won't be, right? Because I mean, it's an incremental value, right? So how I'm doing this is I will say color underscore, and then we'll do color result dot ID. All right, so that's how we'll build our IDs. All right, then we're gonna have property name, and so here we'll have that name. Result.name. So I do like this. It's a Fluent type API that you use to create these things, right? RGB. Color result RGB. I do want to look at, I gotta make sure I look at something real quick on that one, but property is translucent. And then I punched in, thank you, Maynard. Thank you for pointing that out. Because the code would have compiled and it would have created my database, and I might not even noticed it for a little bit until I start trying to run a query against it. Thank you so much. All right, and then we're gonna do color result is translucent. All right, and then fix this because it should be RGB. All right, so just like that. That's the way how we're going to do this. Now, what are they doing? Okay, it's interesting. They have a color. They have an RGB value for a no color. I'm kind of curious, what is that color? It's a black. Okay, I was just kind of curious. All right, and they're also doing it for here, the unknown color, which is a blue. All right, just curious. So we need that. So then, this is where we're gonna. I'm not going to do all of that. Okay, query. Yes, I know there's a better way of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, so, well, sure enough, this is the funky channel on this. I like this channel. It's definitely got something a little bit different. Are they calling a... I mean, I know they are. They've got to be. I'm a little confused. Where is this? Five months ago. Okay. There we go. All right, well, Corey, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate that. And everyone, again, definitely check out Corey sometime. He does a really good show. Just getting my using statements fixed here. All right, so that'll do that. Okay. I'm gonna have to go fix that submit request here because it was taking in the key value pair. So let's just change that to a string. And then just take that out. Okay, that fixes that. Get Newton soften here. A local or parameter named result cannot be declared in scope because that name is used as an enclosing local. Okay. Although actually what I want to do, well, okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's see what happens here. So we're going to read the file. We're going to, I mean, again, I really need to, I mean, this is not the way how the encode is going to look like, right? Then we're going to go through each one of these and we're going to try to save them in the database. All right. Okay. Unable to connect to remote server. No such host is known. Oh, I think I bet you I need to take that out and that out. One or more errors occurred. Let's see. What does my query look like? So my query says false. Well, that should. I might have to do that. Now that would make a difference. All right. I have to do that. Although if this works, I want to look that back up because I was pretty sure. Did I hit F5? Maybe I did. I was pretty sure that Gremlin supports booleans natively. Okay, there we go. So we're getting this populated. Notice how the first couple were a little bit slow, and then you see that it's sped back. It's sped up. That's that connection getting, really getting settled in there. All right, so now go back over here, and we'll say has user ID catalog, and then we'll even say it has label color. Not that it really is going to matter here. But there you go. That got all the colors put in there. Pretty darn cool. Right? I mean, so that's, we got, that is now in Gremlin. Right? Or more important, it's in Cosmos. So, and then there's no lines because nothing, none of this is connecting anything yet. But we at least get that initial set of data in here. All right, so let's clean up some of this code here because this code's a bit of a mess. This is not how I'd like it to stay. So, I can get rid of all this code I commented out. That'll be the first thing. And then actually, what I am going to do, because I was just talking about this last night with my code level students, told them check, once you have something working, check it in. Able to upload data, color data to Cosmos. So we'll do that check-in. That way if I screw it up, I can always go back. All right. All right, again, I'm going to look at this. So I really do not need this extra method to submit those requests. It has a whole bunch of other stuff because it was printing stuff out. I really just need this right here. So actually, the way how they were doing it was right? They were bundling a whole bunch of other code in there, but I really don't need that, right? So what I can say is that. Okay. Okay. And then before I forget anything, copy this. And we're going to say, now this is not going to be permanent code for sure, but we're going to go ahead, we're going to actually do this query we did right here. And we're going to add drop. Just while we're debugging this stuff, right? Again, when I really get this working, I don't want to be dropping this and recreating it, because that's going to cause all kinds of problems. To include, it's going to be expensive, right? If I'm adding all this data in every single day. But for right now, I want to do that because I want to be able to test all this going in, all right? And I'm going to put a breakpoint right there because I'm going to test that once first. Actually, let's just test that little piece there. All right, and now if we run this query, we still have all the data. Because no, I don't do that. What? As user ID, yeah, the drop. Oh. I know, promise. There we go. All right, so now let's see what's going on here. This was the error I was getting before. I wasn't, and this is normal, right? Deletes are expensive, right? Especially when you're trying to delete a whole bunch of things at one time. And that's where it was causing me the problem. So sure enough, yeah, I'm gonna get the same thing here. So yeah, and basically what's telling me, yeah, retry this again, right? Retry this later. That won't actually do me much good. But what I can do, well, that's essential. So here's the thing. This is a key concept with Cosmos. So Cosmos, you're rate limited, right? So you pay per throughput, right? And so sure enough, if you look at, if we go to Data Explorer, what you'll see, if I go to scale, you'll see it's like 400, right? Which is the lowest you can do, right? And you can see that 400 costs $23 a month, right? I'm going to go to auto scale. Yeah, I'm going to go to auto scale, and why is it not letting me? I can, but I'm having starting auto scale max can be determined. Oh, okay. Oh, this is different. Oh, thank you. I love that. Look at that. Don't go to the link. And crash out the whole browser tab, right? You know? Wow, what did it do? Okay, scale, auto scale. Okay, so the starting auto scale max RUs will be determined by the system based on the current manual throughput settings and storage of your resources. After auto scale has been enabled, you can change it. Okay, yeah, so I can click save now. I will not click on that learn more. And there you can see. Yes. So and with it being said, 4,000 is actually the minimum you can go, right? And basically, because you see, let me make this bigger. Your database throughput will automatically scale for 400, 10% of RUs. So the lowest you could be is at 10%, right? So you have to start at 4,000 and go up from there. I did look. You can see this, and here's why people get a little bit concerned about Cosmos, right? So now my estimated monthly, is $35. So I went from $23 to $35 to $350, right? Now, sure enough, and I can always switch back to manual. Actually, right now I'm not even building this on the final resting place, right? This is just a Cosmos instance I already had out running. I'm actually going to probably switch to one. I'm gonna switch to a serverless, and which goes a different model anyways, right? Yeah, this is some things they did new. It's actually just the first time I've used it since they've done that changes. Because I'm pretty certain I don't think I could say 2,000. Well, I definitely can't say 200. Yeah. So notice if I went like 2,000, not 200. If I went to 2,000, it's interesting. The calculator does everything, but you can't save it. 2 million. Well, our starting price would be $17,520 a month. You know, because that's what it costs for 200,000. Yeah, we're not going to do that. I'm definitely going to use up my credit real quick if I do that. Okay, and that's actually not changed. That's why it's not allowing me to save. All right. So now, and this is why, you know, when you're working with Cosmos, you do want to be really careful with the queries you do, right? You want to pay attention to it. You want to see, you know, what it's doing. All right, so now I have a result set, and sure enough, if I now go into here, let's get rid of that drop command. There's nothing, right? Okay. And then we can allow it to create everything, right? So there it's going to recreate everything. I actually probably could just stop this because I may or may not delete it again. Okay. So again, go through this. So there we're doing that. Well, yeah. Again, this is refactoring number 1. I'm going to be refactoring several times here. I'll clean this up a little bit. This whole, well, at least like that. That's a little bit better. Okay, using this. Okay, there it actually makes sense. Use the newer using syntax. Okay, so here, okay, this is just putting a to-do item there. Yes, they do provide. Yes, exactly. They do provide that, and really, I should work against that first. But I kind of do this on purpose. Again, let it be known, as a Microsoft MVP, one of the things I get is actually a really nice credit from Microsoft for Cosmos, and so I end up doing a little bit more than I would normally in Cosmos, because I also see things, right, that you wouldn't necessarily see. For example, now grant you, this is not something I'm doing, I'm only doing, this code right here is only be done right now. While we debug things, but we'll be taking it out here really, really soon. Yeah, it's CS. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is actually a very good point. But I was explaining why I end up doing a lot more work on here. Because essentially I'm not really paying for it. I mean, I still have to be careful. I mean, it's a very nice credit, but I did get a warning yesterday of how much I've already spent on my credit. I've spent quite a bit. But that's because I was doing some things that were really expensive early on. And it resets every year. Well, that's not 100% true. I have to request a reset. You get you get the MSDN license. I've been MVP for 2 years. Okay, so you work in Azure, and so yeah. Well, mine's not unlimited. I mean, so basically, I mean, they give you. Well, again, here's the way how it works with the MVP program. As an MVP, I get an MSDN license. MSDN Ultimate or whatever. Enterprise or whatever they call Enterprise edition, which gives you what's that, a $200 credit a month? I should know that better off the top of my head. I want to say it's a 200, or maybe it's 150. I think it's $150 credit. Yeah, $150 credit. But then, as an MVP, I'm allowed to request for a $12,000 per year credit, right? And it literally is that. So they give you a $12,000 credit, and then, you know, I can use all $12,000 a month. I can use $1,000 a month. You know, I mean, you know, I can spread it out however I want. But it is literally, you have to use, if you go over that 12,000, your credit card will be charged. I got that email yesterday reminding me of that fact. Because I reached $8,500. But right now I'm spending I think I'm spending about $300 a month currently on Azure stuff. And I probably need to clean up a couple of things, and that would clean some more stuff out. All right, so like I say, this is going to stay as is. No, wait, where was I at? $20 and 2 Pi-hole VMs, yeah. Yeah, I want to say, I was looking at what I spent in the last 30 days, because again, I got that alert yesterday, which, so all right, let me verify it, and like I say, I did run some very expensive stuff a while back, so I knew that some very large VMs and so forth, and sure enough, I mean, so I was looking at, and I want to say it was like the last 30 days I spent like $350, but I had several sets of resources that need to be deleted because they were for demos I did for presentations that I forgot to delete. All right, which thank goodness I've got the credit. Okay. So now we're going to be in here. So we're going to go through each color. I don't really need this, but it's a nice little to have. What I don't really need is this. What I'd rather do here is, instead of that, we're going to say if result set count is less than or equal to 0. Then we're gonna do console foreground color equals red. We're gonna do console right line for each result set. We're just gonna problem writing color dot result dot name data, and I'm also going to do a console dot make sure I really see that happening, right? And then I can get rid of this logic. Okay, I can get rid of this because I'm not using that anymore. Actually, what I should do is basically recreate that method I just deleted, but do it a little bit differently. So let's have a private static submit query string. Hold a second. There we go. And then let's take this. You know, actually, I don't even need, just realize this, I don't need this result set count. There are queries, yeah, that's right, there are queries that can return, that can validly return nothing, right? Well, Tech Workbench, I got to admit, I didn't know you left. All right, and then and now I'm doing that. I can get rid of this. I can get rid of that. And yeah, exactly. No, I'm the one who must be obeyed, as a good friend says often. Actually, do well, you know, now we can. Whoops. Just make that a task. We can make it a void. Just run it. There we go. And again, the benefit here is that it's handling the error handling, right? It's going to write that out. I'm going to let's see here. Let's change this just a little bit. Again, well, not console red line. Let's actually I'm going to make this even more stand out more if this happens. We're going to change the background color to red. Change the foreground color to white. And then we're going to Cosmos right query failed. And I'm just going to go ahead and put this right in here like this. E status code. Again, really shouldn't happen, but we want something to monitor that a little bit. And then one other thing I want to do here, I'm going to have a console color background color equals console background color, not console color, console background color, and then the same thing for the foreground color. So sure enough, tech work, we did talk about this earlier. I prefer strong types, right? That's why you see, I mean, basically the question was, do I like this or do I like this? I like strong types. That way there's no ambiguity. It's very non-ambiguous as to what's going on. All right, basically I'm just doing some changing the colors back. The funny thing was, I was just sitting here. I'm like, well, I almost was just about to say, well, if I do this one more time, I'm gonna write a method to do that, right? Which is what I normally do. Yeah. But I actually have a feeling in this little utility, that's probably going to be the only time that actually, again, I'm going to see how, not necessarily the initial load, because the initial load is going to be heavy, right? But for the, yeah, exactly. But for the Delta loads, I actually might be able to get that to work in an Azure function. That way I can put it out there and it can go download the file, get it. Well, download the file might be a problem. But at any rate, I am looking to do this as an Azure function. If I do that, actually instead of console colors, I'll be changing it to to like the logger. But yes, very good point, right? Actually, I had a good conversation today with the tech vice presidents, and there are multiples of them, of how we've got we're not implementing the drive principle enough. Yes, Control R, yes. But immediately I had to make it in two places. I knew exactly where I had to change it. That's why I just went in there. All right. So I have that, and then submit request. Oh. Gremlin client. Take that out. All right. Let's verify we've got this working. So if we execute it, we have values, right? I'm going to do count. Go to my JSON, 160. That actually does not. Hey there, Douglas, how you doing? It has been a while since I've talked to you. Well, actually, We had a small conversation on Facebook, I think it was. But other than that, I have not talked to you in a while. Okay, we're definitely missing things. This is interesting. There should be 187 records, and we have 160 records. Interesting. Yes, I would work on the emulator first. Again, like actually Tech Workbench, I think you did miss that part because someone brought that. I think it was Sia brought that up. Thanks to I still need to make a. Hold on a second. We need to make our quote a mod. So it stops getting its messages. Invalid username. What do you mean invalid username? There we go. All right. So yeah. So I have I get due to my MVP status, I get a really large credit from Microsoft. So I end up writing for these little hobby projects. I end up writing directly in to start off with, because there are some things you'll catch on. Like for example, the default is 400 RUs. And I was trying to do a statement that's definitely more than 400 U's, and I wouldn't have caught that elsewhere, right? I did hear the news. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about that though. So hence why I'm being, I actually started to say something about it earlier. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if that's public, I mean, it's public knowledge. I have some thoughts about that. Is it all on Twitter? Oh, okay. I haven't been on Twitter today. Well, there's Kevin Griffin right away, who... See... Well... Or was he supposed to be extended at this point? I'm not really seeing... Oh, okay, well, yeah, well, here's that. So, all right, so it is out. So essentially, well, that's an older one. What Microsoft has decided to do is they've decided that they're going to renew everyone. Everyone's got an automatic renewal. So if you're already awarded, you're re-rewarded for next year. Sean, you didn't see that? You didn't? Well, maybe you're not. Maybe everyone but Sean. Maybe. Now, Sean, you should have got an email today about that. So, I got some thoughts about that. So they do, yes, they do ask you to do that. Yeah, exactly. All but you, right? They do ask you to do that because I think because they do metrics and all that, right? You didn't get an email about it. Yeah, we can say you definitely should have got an email because it went to everybody. Well, I mean, here, I'll tell you what time it. 2:37 p.m. So 1:37 your time is when I got the email. So you should have got the email. Either that or Betsy doesn't like you and decided to take you out of it. I don't know. Could also be. It also could be because I'd be surprised. Betsy probably does know who you are. All right, I gotta figure out what is missing here. This is kind of interesting. So what I could do, I remember how to do this again. I can do, is it .values name? Yes, that's awesome. I haven't done that type of query in a while. I did remember it. So that's copy this. And let's see if we can find what's missing. Or did it start with lime? And maybe that's what's missing. Where does lime start? Look at this. I bet you I know what's happening. Yeah, well, I won't state where Sean's at. I'll let him do it, but I know where he's at, and I'll state it enough that he's in Betsy's area. Oh, the microfighter. I don't really have much interest in the microfighter. It's an interesting thing. Where did lime go? Is it 27? Yeah. Okay, so check it out. Well, most everything in Star Wars. I mean, well, stuff in Star Wars. Most everything does increase value. I don't look to try to increase my. I'm not looking for resale value. All right, so here's what's happening. Well, and that's the one thing about Star Wars, right? And so sure enough. To give everyone else a little bit of context, what he's talking about here is Falcon. I should find it. Yeah, it's this one here, right? Is what he's talking about. So there's this little tiny Millennium Falcon that with the which actually, I mean, not bad. It's $10, right? So who knows? I might pick it up just because it's $10. All right. So it's cute and all.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Well, hey there, Splashly and folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. As everyone can see, obviously right now we're busily looking at Lego at the moment. Yeah, they do have it in stock. Actually, I'm going to the store tomorrow or Friday. So maybe I'll pick it up just because. Yeah, there's Splashly. How's it going? How was your stream tonight? Let's see here. Let's see what was Splashly working on tonight? Oh no, well, I mean, we're talking about Lego anyways. Okay, and obviously, apparently, here we go. A YNAB. Well, cool. So doing view worked, yeah. Awesome. Well, hope everything went well, and thank you for rating. So if everyone just joining, what we're working on is what I'm calling Lego Master, right? Which is it's going to be a database application.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Thank you there, one guy. So this is.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Thank you, Splashly. I appreciate that. So for tracking your Lego sets, but also more importantly, tracking your Lego parts, there's actually several websites, really nice websites, that allows you to.
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Your money bags over there.
Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Splashly. They have given 24 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. Yes, I love those notifications too. All right. So I'm not building a brick set clone, although I am tracking sets. What I am tracking. So the one thing about brick set is it doesn't track your parts, right? I mean, it'll track the parts that came with a set. But like if the invoice is going, I'm sure it is. But like if I go buy parts, which I do. Oh wow, stream compression's struggling. But if I go buy parts, I don't have a way of tracking that. Like how many parts do I have, and more importantly, and here I've done this, right? I want to go build something, and not the set, but like something I designed or something someone else designed. And I did this the other week. I ordered bricks I already have because I forgot I had them, right? And that's the intent here is I can actually give it a part list and look and like, hey, you have this. And actually, I was thinking of, hey, you have this, but it's on that set, right? So maybe you have to grab it from that, which could also be nice if I'm working on something and I just want to. I just need a piece for now. Maybe pull it off for now, that type of thing. All right. So, sure enough, we're putting this all in Cosmos. And honestly, Cosmos is a little bit of an overkill for the need of this application. But I do presentations about Cosmos, and I want a new demo database. And so. So color, but like for example, I mean, my bricks are not here, right? But I mean, if you go down to my Lego room, and yes, I did say I have a Lego room. If you go down to my Lego room, I mean, I've got bins of parts, right? And not parts that I parted out. I mean, parts that I bought individually, right? For different projects. All right, so sure enough, but what we're seeing is we're loading this data and it's not loading all the data. Now I know what's happening here. I know exactly what's happening. Yeah. Well, I should say it's a Lego. This is gonna make it sound even worse. It's a Lego room / arcade. Half the room is Lego, half the room is arcade machines. Yes, I'm privileged. There's no other way of putting it that way. All right, I think what's happening here is because this is all ASIC methods. Here we go. So this is all an ASIC method, right? And we're not waiting, right? Which is a good thing, but it's not a good thing at the same time, right? So I'm gonna actually, I think this is the last set of code I did. I'm gonna change this that. Take that back out. And then I'm going to weight this. And I'd be willing to bet that will solve the problem. Once I make the whole thing, make this the main method async. All right, so now if I run this, what is the number I'm expecting? I'm expecting 186.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hadouken 11, thank you for following. I appreciate that. I really, really do. All right. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I hit that F5. All right, now let's see if that cleared it up. Going back over to here. $186. There we go. So that and that was the problem. Now I'm gonna run this one more time. I'm just gonna verify that I can run it multiple times, doing the same thing. Although admittedly, well, again, this is a, oh no, I'm gonna say, actually I should keep that in there. All right, yeah, there we have 186. Well, I will say the arcade, well, no, I did have the Lego, well, I did not have anywhere near the Lego count before I started collecting the arcade machines. So the issue we were having was that we weren't getting all 186 rows in there. There was like 137 or or what it was. So that was the issue. And it boiled down to I need to await that operation to happen because I was already calling other methods, and it was basically the delete was still happening, and it picked up ones I had just created because it's a very abrasive thing. Now, I added this to do not delete records over time. Actually, I do want to add, because this is to load this database fresh. This is to load a fresh database. So there should not be anything in there to begin with. All right. No, I don't have any connects. So I don't actually know how many pieces I have. I know and actually I'm not so sure that that's updated. I might have some sets I haven't put in here yet. Build a Lego shed with Lego. Yeah, that would be. So actually, sure enough, James May built a house out of Lego. Let's see here. At least with the collection, what I have in here, I have 51,000 pieces. But like I say, oh, and they don't have piece counts for 5 of. That's interesting. You don't have piece counts for 5 of the items I have. And like I say, I might be missing some sets. I might need to be putting some more stuff in there. And then on top of it, like I probably have bought. I actually don't think it was a single story house. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm going to say.
It could be the biggest bargain on.
Yeah, so it's actually it is a 2-story house. I was trying to see where he's got the stairs. I haven't seen this in a while.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Anyway, yeah. So and sure enough, those. I mean, if you ever heard of Top Gear, he's one of the hosts on Top Gear. So. I know there is a House of Lego documentary. I don't know if it's on like Netflix. My wife saw it actually. And then after she saw that, she's like, "Oh my goodness, we got to go there!" All right, and she thinks my Lego collection's stupid, right? But she saw that. I mean, and stupid as in, you're a grown man. What are you doing? What are you doing playing with toys? But she did really like that. I will say now, talking about building things. I mean, I'll show you something I will be building soon. I'm actually waiting for parts on this right now. She would have no idea what it'd be if I said I'm an AFOL. So yeah, I'm gonna be. Here we go. I'm gonna be building this pretty soon, and then put it on the wall, right? And that's my Lego channel. So, and sure enough, this is software you can use to build, to design Legos. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. The one project I'm working on right now, just for anyone curious. Ooh, a Netflix link. Hold on a second. I'm gonna definitely click on that. It's no, not this one. I don't know why that's the most recent one then. File, recent. Well, it's just going to have everything in there. Come on. I really need to clean this out because I've got too many files in here now. Well, there's the single piece. Well, that's not a single. That's 121 parts in that. Actually, there's more than 121 parts. What is it saying? Open. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, here we go. This is what project I'm working on right now. I'm actually waiting for some more parts. And so so this is what's called mill plates, right? So I'm actually building. I'm working on a city, and I'm building everything on mill plates. And then, with custom-made roads. And one of the things I did here was the. Usually you see like zebra stripes, right? So the lines going across for the crosswalks. Well, at least here, in Louisville, our crosswalks are more like this, right? Usually a more thinner line, but that was the best I could do for that. But this whole idea of having the solid lines for that, and then the line coming out. This is also something I don't usually see, but a line coming out for where to stop. What is the 6 8x2 bricks gonna be? No, actually, that's the thing. Actually, with the road plates, you need mills even more importantly. Here, so sure enough, this has been a big controversy. So if you look. So let's look at, let's go to Lego. And if you go to, I'll do assembly square, because that was actually the last building I built. Why is it not? Here it is. So if you notice, so assembly square sits on, yeah, I'm not a fan of them either. Yeah, so it sits on this, on this base plate, which is actually thinner than a Lego plate, all right? And so it actually sits lower than the road. So, well, you notice it still says temporary out of stock. So there's some debate as to whether or not they're still going to come back. Hold on a second. If you really want it, let me know. It's available in my store. And I'd be more than willing to go get it for you. Or you can make the 3-hour drive and get it. But so it is available here. Which I thought it was, because I was in the store the other day and they had it. Yes, LDD is still around, but it's not supported anymore. And the nice thing about Studio that I had open up is this is actually was built by Bricklink, which is a great place to go find Lego brick, for purchase. Nope. We might be your closest location. And I'd be willing to bet there's only like one left here in Louisville. Like I said, I saw it the other day when I was at the store. All right, Douglas. All right, so, and there we go. Talking about my Lego stuff. All right, so, okay, that does it for color. All right. Finish getting color in database. Gonna commit all that. Still gonna end up doing a little bit more refactoring. And we'll actually be doing it with this next one. All right, so I think the next one we'll work on. Go back to here. So we got color. Let's go ahead and get category. Another easy one. And definitely one we can get done in a night for sure without a problem. So we're gonna add a class, category, and I'm gonna go back to here. Actually, I'll say schema. No, yeah, I think I call it this way: schema dot category. Yep, here we go. So, so sure enough, I do what I preach is, I should put basically my schema. Oh, did I just type 2 E's? Some reason I have a tendency every once in a while to type double characters. But yeah, I profess putting schema documentation in my database, right? So sure enough, and that's what I'm looking here. This is the documentation for category, and sure enough, we can see we're going to have well, I did this wrong, but all right. So I'm gonna have I'm gonna have user name. No. Oh, okay. ID. Oh, why am I? Oh, that's interesting. What did I do here? Yeah, well, there should also be an ID in there. And I actually just realized I'm gonna make another change of color, but we'll come back to that. All right, let's fix this spelling here. There we go. Thank you, Long Boolean. I probably would have seen that after a little bit. Long Boolean. I like that name. All right. So in here, we're going to have a public string ID. We're going to have a public string name. And let's go back to the original data. Did I really close everything else? No, I opened up a whole other tab. Let's get that tab closed. And go back to here. Okay. So yeah, there's just the ID of the name. Oh wow. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been dealing with computer issues for a while now, and I know what I need to do. I just find that time to basically tear apart this machine. All right. So yeah, so we're gonna have ID name. Now I'm gonna add something else in here. A long Boolean. I don't know, but I like that name even better. Long Boolean. Public string. Okay, actually, I'm gonna make these strings also. Yours is torn apart right now. Yeah. Long story short, the company that built this machine screwed it up. The configuration is messed up, and the only way I mean, I'll literally have to tear it apart, but I have to pave the whole machine, reinstall Windows, start from fresh. You have to make changes in the BIOS. All right, I'm going to add in a rebrickable ID. Well, actually, yes, this is going to be a rebrickable ID. And the reason why, and I should have done this in color, I'm going to go back and fix that in color also. The ID, I'm adding, well, so JT, here's the thing. I did it because I didn't have time to build a machine, so I had someone, I had a company build it for me. And in the end, I'm gonna spend more time getting this machine working than it took, than if I just built it to begin with. It is not Lego. Lego would not be good for building a computer. A little bit too much heat. Yeah, well, it is what it is. All right, so yeah, so I want to add this rebrickable ID because I'm changing the ID in here, so it's a unique value. That's why I'm getting that here, so I can also use that for reference, right? So. All right, so now I have that now because we're using this CSV tiny parser. We need to add another class called CSV category mapping. And yeah, we're gonna inherit this one of category. And then CSV category mapping. So we're going to do it like that. And okay, so again, I'm going to go verify data. So if we look at, here, I can get rid of this copy. Actually, I might still have it open. I do. Also make sure I don't have it open in a notepad. Okay. Let me get rid of this just to. All right, so part category, that's what I want to look at. So if we look at this, yeah, again, it's just ID name. So really, really simple. So we're gonna map property that to, and actually I'm gonna map this to rebrickable ID, and then we're gonna map property 1 to name. Okay, so that's what we need there. Then what we can do is sorry. Okay. Then what we could do is go back to program. And here, we need to do a little bit more cleanup work, because obviously we're not going to make this whole big thing here. So we're gonna have a private static void import categories, and I am gonna pass in a Gremlin client. And I'm going to pass in a path. Okay, and then we're going to copy all this, but then we're going to start making some changes. Whoops. Let's try that again. So I'll copy all that. Okay, this is going to be, that's going to stay the same. That's going to stay the same. Okay, so, and sure enough, some of this other stuff we could probably standardize, because like I don't need to do this every single time, but I'll come back to that. Okay. Why did I have to? Why is this causing me a problem? It didn't cause me a problem a moment ago. Color. Ah. Yep. And sure enough, now if I did var, I wouldn't have that problem. Actually, this does remind me of something. Well, hold on. What else? I have another error in here. Oh, okay. I know why it's causing me here. Okay. One thing I didn't do to begin with. Let's make this a .NET 5 project. And So now, wow, Sean, that's early, man. You're getting old. Good night, Sean. You have an awesome evening. What was I going to do? Oh. So now I can do... We can do that. We can do this. And I can do that there. Just make it a little bit nicer. One of the things that you get with C# 9. All right, in here. You were up at 4:30. Well, why were you up at 4:30 diagnosing issues on your own machine? I mean, that seems like really early, unless you had, you know, a demo you had to do today or something, maybe. So the name of this file is parts categories. Okay, there we go. A due date approaching. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, most anyone else, if I saw that, I'd be like, "Oh, you had a production issue at 4:30 in the morning." But you know, you do, you know, you training and stuff. So that's the reason why I was like, why did you get up at 4:30 in the morning to troubleshoot something you knew was going to be a problem? All right, so I'm getting rid of all this stuff because I'm not going to need it here. We're not going to need this here. And then this is just going to need to make the method async. And then we'll change this query. So this will be has label of category. My part was I was typing the right thing, but I was typing the right thing, but saying the wrong thing. If I'm not really a high IQ math dude, would you say good programmers are mostly good at math? And well, I'm not really good at math, so no, I would not say. I don't, you know, I mean, math is important, right? I mean, because everything we're doing is math based. But you know, look, most of the application we're working on is you know, is CRUD applications, right? Math doesn't get as involved. Yeah, it depends on what you're programming, right? But most people are working on CRUD applications, right? You know, it's so all right. Yeah. All right, so now we're going to add, this is going to be a category. So this is the label that we're doing first. User ID is still going to be catalog. And then we're going to say property ID. And then this is going to be, let's change this from color. And sure enough, this is what was, yeah, web developers or programmers, as far as I'm concerned. Look, HTML technically is not a programming language, but I still say you're programming when you're doing HTML work, right? So here, I want to change this name. I can do Control or R, and that's what gets me this. This was mentioned earlier. I'm going to change this to category. All right, so we're gonna get, that's gonna, okay, so this, will be rubricable ID. I would say, so the WordPress developers, I think it depends on what they're doing. I mean, some of them, they're really, I mean, I gotta admit, that gets a little, you know, some are working in PHP, and yeah, they're programmers, right? Would it be okay learning C# in order to create automatic tasks? Seems like I need math skills in order to, no, I mean, I write a lot of automation tasks, and you know, I don't really think automation tasks necessarily use a whole lot of math. Matter of fact, I would think most of them don't use a whole lot of math, other than, again, yeah, sure, PHP is a programming language. Yeah, it's a programming language. I mean, there's math already, right? Because, you know, most automation tasks have a loop or have a, you know, some type of thing, and that's technically math. But like I say, technically, it's not really. All right, so rubricable ID, property. You know, really what it should do is, like, I can see myself getting in trouble here with that. Let's go back to category. And on this ID, for sure enough, these class, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I was going to do something, but I'm not going to do that. Right now, these classes are only being used for the code that's writing this data out here. So, like, for example, I didn't really need the ID in here, but eventually, again, I'm gonna, you know, combine this with other classes, and I don't want to have to copy the classes. Yeah, exactly what JT Money's saying there, right? I mean, really, most stuff is, like I said, most development is CRUD, right? Create, review, read. There we go. Create, read, update, delete, right? And so there's like no math involved. All right, there we go. So now you can see we have a little bit smaller of a method here, and actually I'm gonna a little bit of implement dryer principle in here. We're gonna say private static. This is going to be CSV Parser options. Get CSV Parser options. Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, there's always some math in there, right? But, you know, to do an app that is automatic task for another app, is it hard to code an app for that? For example, taking values from a betting app and then do actions in the betting app automatically, except for C#. What kind of skills would you need? The biggest thing is understanding how the other app works, right? You know, I mean, is it allowing you to just feed it in? You know, is it like, does it have an API that I can just code against, right? You know, or do I have to kind of do something in memory, right? So I mean, there's that, right? Other than that, especially if there's an API to it, no, you just call the API and do what you want to do with it. All right, so in here. Say turn new CSV parser options. Okay, and then all right, we're gonna call it that. Get rid of that line of code. One less line of code in each place. Yes, Tech Workbench, very good point. Right, PowerShell, especially if it allows you to like just call with arguments and that type of thing. PowerShell could really save a lot of time. And yes, what Bob is saying, that's what I was talking about, APIs, right? Because they'll have a REST structure. Although I will say, I mean, seeing what you're saying, right? A betting app probably has kind of tightened it down, right? Yeah. All right. So there, like I said, I added that in there just to give that a little bit of stability. All right, so now we've got that. Now I'm actually gonna let's go in here, copy this, and do the same for colors. Yeah, so sure enough, Fuller, I mean that right there. Now you're getting into a lot of possibilities, right? It could be, it could be a matter of looking at, because I'd be willing to bet the app is probably, I mean, if it's a betting app that's going out on the internet, it is probably just calling some other API, right? So you could use something like Fiddler, right, and sniff the packages that are going back and forth, but now you're getting pretty deep into everything now, right? I mean that, All right, so let's see the colors, and then I'm gonna go grab that whole section there. Place, yes. Place like that. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say, especially with a betting app, I'd be willing to bet that that's obfuscated in some sense, right? Where they're hiding the way how they're doing it. And you think about it, because they're trying to prevent, people taking advantage of things and so forth. All right, so now I've done that. Now, again, I can use this one Gremlin server, or Gremlin client, really, and we can. Okay, yeah, and so now we can say import colors. Actually, I feel like I'm still doing something a little bit wrong. Gremlin client. And then we are going to wait that, and then await import categories. Sockets. So I can, but I can't. I mean, think about that. Yeah, so I'm actually, because I don't know where to. I never really go and define them. I use, So all right. So basically, when we talk about sockets, and I mean, Yeah, don't. Yeah, well. I grant you, this is talking about WebSocket, which is getting a little bit different. You got a protocol. Basically, it's allowing, it's that data going back and forth. This is actually, like I say, I'm looking at something a little bit more descriptive. I mean, basically, it's the data that's going back and forth, to and from a site. It's actually how the internet itself works, right? It's actually, because it's getting essentially asynchronous, because the web is asynchronous. Alright, so there I've got that, I think. Yeah, I can get rid of, I'm going to comment out this section of code here. Alright, yeah, so we're going to create our database connection. And then we're going to start importing stuff. It's easy peasy here. And then this should import the colors and the categories. Make sure I close that thing. Yep. All right. Oh, I didn't notice any compile errors.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Fumi Max, thank you. I do appreciate that. This needs to be a color mapping, and then this needs to be color. And that gets rid of all that. And sure enough, I can, because we swapped over to C#9, do it like that. There we go. Now let's run this. Tech Workbench, thank you for that. That is a much better description than my really long. All right, there we go. We should have got all the data in there, all right? So now if we look at our database, we will go back to here. So color, we have 186. And if we look at category, we'll have 65. We'll go and verify that number. Yep, 65. Cool. So that's category. Let's move on to at least one more. Yes, because it is a two-way traffic. So I think, okay, so we got categories, we got colors. Themes are going to be interesting. Themes are going to be very interesting. Let's do themes next, because it makes sense to get all these lookup values first. And sure enough, not everything you see in here is moving, especially not the way how it is. And I'm not worried about minifigs. I will eventually add minifigs in, because trust me, the Lego community would never accept any application that does not have minifigs in there. There is no way, no way, no how. All right. So in here now, we're going to go ahead and create, you know what, I should check this in. Add the ability to import categories. Thank you, Tech Workbench. All right. Oh, okay. Just checking that in. So now we're going to do another add class, and again, this one will be called theme. And then what we said here. This is going to be schema theme.
Welcome to TaleLearnCode. How was your stream?
Well, hey there, Teach Daniel and folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. It's awesome. This is our third raid of the night. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining. Hope you all had a great stream. So give you an idea what we're working on. So I'm working on an application called Lego Master. And the idea behind
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
And the idea behind this is to track Lego sets, but more importantly, Lego parts that you own. And really, the primary problem I'm trying to resolve is, having, having Legos and then wanting to build something, not like a set, but maybe something you designed yourself or something you found somewhere else, knowing what you already own so that you know what you need to maybe order or maybe find somewhere else. All right, and we're really still at the pretty beginnings of this application. At the moment, we're trying to load catalog data, right? So like all the Lego sets, all the Lego parts, and all that kind of stuff. At the moment, we're looking at theme, and sure enough, I should also say the one thing we're doing a little bit different here is we're using a graph database. Graph databases uses graph theory. So the question about mathematics, here's where I kind of stretch myself. I'm doing graph theory, and I have actually read basically a graph theory for dummies book, and I was like, boy, I must be a dummy because I didn't completely get everything that was in the book. But yeah, so the idea we've got you have your vertexes or vertices, say, that represent your objects, and then your edges, right, which is your relationships that relate everything to everything, right? So we've got color, we've got category populate. Right now we're working on this theme, and theme's gonna have a little bit of extra step because a theme can be a child, right? So we're gonna have a little bit of extra coding than we've been doing prior to this. So I was looking here how I define this. So it's going to have a name, rubricable ID, parent ID, and parent name is what I said. So so here we're going to say public string ID, public string rubricable ID. And rubricable is the website where I'm getting my catalog data from. They do provide. They actually have a database of all the Lego sets, or at least most of them, I should say. That gets updated every day, and you can actually use their database for other purposes, and that's what I'm doing. All right, so we're going to have a string parent ID, and then a string parent name. So I know I do it by I count my individual pieces. Now, grant you, most everything I order, I order a quantity, right? Yeah, Meatball, I know. I the way how I type, I ended up just typing the whole thing. But yes. So it's interesting. When snippets first came out, I loved them. But I don't know. I've been writing applications for so long, and I forget about the snippets, right? Yeah, I can see that one being helpful. So it is interesting. Yeah, if you look back to Long Boolean's question, it is interesting. A lot of things you see quantities, right? But actually, Lego does it by weight. That's actually how they know how many pieces to put into a set. They weigh the packages and know, okay, 6 pieces of this is going to equal, this number, grams, or maybe they can go smaller in grams. I still have a lot of the automation turned on, but yeah, I mean, and again, it's a lot of, I just been typing it for so long, I don't even think about it. Awesome. Wow, from Greece. Wow, awesome. Well, welcome. I always love when we get our European, especially because, for those who don't realize, I mean, the time difference, so Greece, it's what? Well, it's actually early in the morning now, I guess. So you're probably just now getting up, and 7 a.m. I was gonna say actually, I just realized what time it is. So you're getting your day started. Well, awesome. Well, glad I can help you start your day. Hopefully I help you start a great day. All right, that's always my hope. So, but back to Long Boolean's question. I by quantity. I get, well, so, the problem is like, at least the data I have, I don't have the weight of each individual piece. All right. And probably because, I mean, I can tell you when you buy Lego, you buy it, generally, well, I should say this, you can go to like eBay, and I haven't done this yet. I might have, at some point I might do this, but usually when I buy Lego, I'm buying specific pieces that I need. Like if I go to eBay, I can, hold on a second, I'm just kind of curious here. I can, Lego lot, so like in eBay, most of this is sold by pounds, right? But, and so sure enough, so to your point, but at the same rate, it's bulk lot, right? I mean, they literally, have it in these big bins and that kind of stuff, and they just scoop and weigh it, and okay, that's a pound, right? So it can be all kinds of different, types of stuff, right? Whereas, like, if you go to, like, here's where I generally go to buy my Lego. And, let's say, I want a 2x4 brick, right? Which is, that's the brick you normally see when you see a Lego brick, right? I can go in here, I could say, I'm not going to pick reddish brown. Reddish brown has got a bad name in the Lego community. Let's say I want dark bluish gray, all right? And I can literally say, there's some things I could do here, but I can say, okay, I want 200 of them, all right? And I want the ships to USA, search, right? And there you go. So even here, you're buying them by quantity instead of by weight, right? Wow. This seller has 36,000 dark bluish gray brick 2x4s. That's a lot of parts. Just in that one color. I'm kind of curious. A Although I usually do not buy for European buyers, just because of the shipping delay. So all right, so it's not so much a controversy. It's that the reddish brown has a tendency to crumble, right? Something with the dye and the molds and everything, it just it does not do a good job of a stain, right? So I mean, actually, the point I did buy a used Lego set, and that was half disassembled, right? So I was actually disassembling the whole thing, and sure enough, I had to go buy a 1x4 reddish brown plate because it was cracked in one end, and it wasn't going to be usable again. I think I know which one you're talking about there, Meatball. Let me... Oh, this one. Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm not the biggest Technic fan. Although, I mean, to the point, I'm definitely not going to spend $645 for it. $42,100. I'm just now curious. Yeah, you can definitely get a whole lot cheaper than that. Even in the US, I can get it for $380. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I say. I mean, 36,000. I mean, 36.7 thousand. I mean, I'm just. Well, that's sets. My goodness, he has 2,100, just shy of 3,000 different part types. This is definitely a big seller. It would weigh a lot. It would weigh a lot. I can tell you that much. So. Look at this. JBricks has had 17,000 orders because they have so much. All right. Okay, compatible. I was curious. I saw $350. I was like, that's a really good price for this. It's not real Lego. Oh yeah. All right, so
thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Duke of Hazard 90. Thank you for following. I tell you what, these Bricklink sellers, they take it serious. I mean, for a lot of them, it's hobbies, but you also see they go real serious. Yeah, well, let's see here. Lego 2x4 weight. Or brick weight. So at least according to this, no, that's how much to crush. Oh, okay, here we go. So someone says 5 grams for a 2x4 brick. Yes, you can post a link. Oh, okay. Oh, Bricklink does have weight. All right, so it's 2.32 grams. And I would definitely interesting, Meatball. They didn't create that as a link. Goodness. Yeah, $6. Yeah, he's got 1,200 of them. So hold on, let's go back to this dark bluish gray, and then that's again. I'll put in 2,000. So 2.32 times 36,763. It's 85,000 grams. Which is, you know what though? That's only 188 pounds. That's actually not that much if you really think about it. You could bench that. So, all right, so long, Bully. I see exactly what you're saying, but so here's the thing about it, right? So if I'm gonna, so here, let's look at it this way. If I'm gonna, like, let's say I want to build this, right? Actually, let's look at something a little bit simpler, just to, say I'm gonna build this, right? I need to know now. Grant you, yes, I mean I could know weight, right? But it would mean I'd have to have a scale and everything, right? But if I'm gonna go build this, I need to know how many of each of these bricks I need, by brick type. So that's where I guess I come up with that. Now, and again, it does boil down to I don't have the weight. I looked. Now I'm kind of curious. Now that I know they have, because I also like the fact they have the year's release, which is actually really important to know. But I've looked. I'm gonna have to look again to see. Yeah, so you could download some things. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Like, I remember Lego started even before that. The Lego product started in the 40s. So catalog items. So if I said parts, include year, include weight, include dimensions. Now I'm kind of curious here. I see it's a really big file, and I might have hurt myself trying to open this in Notepad. No, they are compatible. Since the very first brick, I can work with them. That's one of the big deals about bricks, about Lego brick. Remember, I think they even. Hold on, where's like their news? Lego news. Because I'm pretty sure they talked about this last week. Well, okay. Yeah, but that was, since the Kurt patent, which started in the, which they got their patent in the 40s. And I can't find that news. That. Well, I can't find that article, but yes, okay. So yeah, okay, so 1958. Okay, so it's since the 50s. So any brick made, well, that's the patent, right? Well, so Lego Patent Day. Hold on, let me. Yeah, here's. So Lego, the Lego Day was last week. I was actually looking to see if yeah, so they started making Lego bricks since 1949, but basically since this what was celebrated, yeah, meaning today's Legos fit perfectly with those from 6 years ago. So basically, ever since that patent, right? So yes, I did technical game this week, right? Because the original Lego bricks, I should say Lego plastic molded bricks, didn't have the studs and bob, and that's because then basically, and I forgot the guy's name, but he was finding how it wasn't clutching as well, and that's when they added the chambers in the bottom. All right, let's see here. Oh, I was going to look at this text file here. So this is interesting. Category ID, category name. And again, I'm dealing with a really large file here. Come on. Name, number, name, weight in grams, dimensions. Interesting. I like how cowboy coding need to be permitted. It was cowboy coding was the problem. I like how cowboy coding required approval. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me though. Yeah, no, long bullet. I like that. I mean, because there is some things you can do later on with that. I'm gonna have to look a little bit more. I don't know how I didn't notice that earlier. This download link. Interesting. What's also interesting, I'm noticing I can download inventory. Let's see here. We were I'm curious if by inventory they mean the set inventory. Yes, that is what they mean. And look at this, they actually have some better details. Well, not really. The item number, item name, quantity, color. Interesting. Like I said, I don't know how I didn't notice this before. I think I'm going to have to... now, it requires, well, all I have to do is sniff what they're doing. And you can also get this XML, which is kind of interesting. Oh, goodness gracious. Apparently XML opens up in I11. Oh, that's interesting. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Because it is getting to be 12:22, and I need to handle a couple things before I go to bed. Well, yeah, Meatball, I would say XML, yuck. I do not like XML. But there is some things I can do with it a little bit easier. Well, again, I really appreciate, boy, we got some really nice raids and everything. Let's take a look at who we can raid. Oh, yeah, I know that's why it happened. Well, there's definitely Callow. Well, there's a lot of people on here tonight. Let's actually go to Miss Manners. I don't normally see her streaming before I'm done. But she's in Australia. So
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey, Ciaz, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, let me get this raid command in here. Let me type in raid correctly. There we go. Yeah, so we're going to see Miss Manners. Definitely stick around for a moment. She's another member of the Live Coders team. And everyone, I really, really appreciate you joining me tonight. It's been a lot of fun tonight. I will be streaming again Friday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern. That's UTC -4. -4, -5. I forgot. But Eastern, yeah, Eastern Standard Time. Everyone, thank you for that. And hopefully we'll see you again. Thanks, everybody.